Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 12 allies. We're going up against 28 enemies. This could be amusing. Nursing Geek starts in the lead. Mono Bears in second. Let's see. Disillusionist is now in third. Mono Bears in second. Nursing Geek is in first. This is going better than I expected. We won. Interesting. I was. Oh, it probably comes after. Nursing Geek is in first place, 9 kill, 1 assist. Mono Bears in second place, 5 kill, 5 assists. Kiki McMonte is in third with 5 kills. We have fairies that no one is currently claiming. I agree with you. Like, I did not expect us to win this. So, hey, Nursing Geek, you get the fairies. And this, I will admit, this is where StreamRaider hooked me with this event. The fact that they turned it around and went, she was actually in love with the guy. To me, uh, that took this from, yeah, okay, fine, whatever, to, oh, this is where we're going. And this is the second time I'm less invested in it, but I still like this moment. The decision they made to, give that story to him. Go, okay, you know what? No, the king's in the wrong here, and we are being his pawn, for lack of a better word. Alrighty, so we are gonna have a gold chest and a skin and the boss. So we start with a hard battle. I'm sorry, I'm gonna skip these from now on. And on the way to the gold chest. And let's see, what do I need to put down? I need to start with Templars, which is right here. And I have 2 of them, so this is going to speed up a little bit. Alrighty. Having done that, I want to check the battle quest, because I believe that's part of a chain. And what is the next one? Yes. Archers. Okay. Alright. Because if it was put down battle plans, I wanted to get it before I did so. But, alright, so. And because it is past 8, it is time for me to check in on the shop. Where anything not level 30 is getting purchased. And I'm above 20k. I got a refresh. Alrighty. So half an hour to see how this turns out. And Bluer, would you be there by any chance? Not yet. Ugh. Oh well. I mean, I don't. Yeah. I'm starting with the world, which is, I know Bluer likes to be there for those, but the other chapters are too long. For the first. No, not what I need to do. All right, so checking in on the viewer side, where anything not level 1 is getting purchased, and yeah, that's going to be 3 refresh. Second one, and third one. Yeah, not horrible. Could have been better, but then again, could always be better. And good morning, everyone. Good morning and welcome to Tuesday, second day of the work week. For those of us who work under that schedule, I hope you guys are having a good week. That it started well. That you are energized for the rest of it. I have nothing to say. My week is very much ordinary. Um, the the mystery project is still moving forward. No itch has showed up. Time frame have been uh, established. Still not going to give details because until I start on it, anything can happen. But yeah. So, and wait, was my microphone on? Because my light was off, and I'm not. Well, I hope it was on. Nursing Geek, was my microphone on? Or was I muted the entire? It's been on. Okay, good. It was a glitch on my display, not the fact that I somehow turned it off. That makes me feel a little better. All right. Actually, did I check this? Yeah. All right. So, as every Tuesday, this is going to be read and correct this morning. That means that while I do this, I will be ignoring the chat, and because I'm recording, and any comment made will be answered after I'm done the recording. And should the recording run long, did I? No, nope. Remember, take your meds, kids. My stream, however, is freezing up on the video side. Okay. Everything looks good on my side. I'm not saying it's not my fault, but I am not seeing any notification that I'm in trouble. So I hope it's resolvable. But yes, so I will be starting by confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I will confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I will start the recording, and I will see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Knights, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time. And if you want to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing chapter 45 of The World Witches. The next morning's travel, you know what, is quiet. I'm not gonna condense both. Still no buff from a good night's sleep. When I asked Brendan what I'd have to do to get it over breakfast, he replied I'd have to invest in a much better quality bed as well as a magical tent, since it isn't just the bed that governs getting those buffs. Ellen didn't say anything then or after. I think our discussion unsettled her. Like, she can't understand how I'm not interested in becoming famous, how being a lowly guard is enough for me. I guess growing up in a city like Toronto, instead of a tightly knit community like Court, leads to different expectations out of life. After a few hours, Brandon goes from heading mostly westward to entirely south. Is there a problem? I ask him. Like me, he has the direction sensibility, but he's been to Detroit before. So where I get nothing when I think of that city, he knows exactly in what direction it is. Just like if I think of court, I can turn to face it and know that if I walk in that direction, I'll I'll eventually find myself there. For him to change direction means he's noticed something. We're getting close to the nation of the people, he replies. Are they people we want to avoid? He looks at me in surprise. No, they're fine people. Only get pissy if you try to boss them around. They have a history of being pushed or if you try to boss them Hmm. Only get pissy if you try to okay, if you get bossy. If you get bossy with them. They have a history of being pushed around by those in power before the system. So they don't take well to anyone who tries. Now that they're able to be their own people again. The problem is that the trade road passes through their town and there's a market, which means my picture and the amount Xander will pay for my journal will have circulated. Yeah. Like I said, the people are nice enough folks, but it's a town and there's no way to know who there won't be like the others. You know, you'd know about that, Ellen says in a sharp tone. Brandon closes his eyes and grinds his teeth. For a moment, I think that after the morning's peace, this will make him blow up. But he lets out a breath and gives me a, you know I'm doing this for you, right? Look. I give him an encouraging smile in return, and he rolls his eyes. If we cross well before we reach it, if um okay, if we cross well, okay, that doesn't quite work. Okay. Well, reach the road all east of the town. Might have to wait for a gap between caravan, but then we can cross unnoticed and go around. Go the long way around. The road comes into view with the sun high. So we have lunch under the cover of the forest while the caravan passes. Once we can't see them and there isn't another one visible approaching. Another one approaching, we run across and lose ourselves among the trees. The forest quickly turns into marshland, and we're all soaked to the knees, with Ellen being wet and dirty from tripping. It takes a solid glare on my part to keep Brandon from commenting, while Silver helps her. When we reach a river, she dunks herself under as we cross it. As we cross it, then changes into a dry set of clothing without slowing us. As the sun reaches the horizon, we top a steep hill, and I stop as I see the town of. Was it really called the Nation of the People, or did they just think of it as a nation and not a town in the distance? All right, if I'm going to do that, you know what? I'm leaving it like that right now. I don't care. Regardless, it is a sight. It's big. I mean, really big. I can't see the wood palisade as it winds around in nothing resembling a circle. As it winds around and away in nothing resembling a circle. The most striking element after that is how empty it looks. Oh, there are buildings and a good number of them, but there is so much space between them. There are clusters here and there, but otherwise it's a lone building with plenty of space before another. There might be small fields here and there next to some houses, but that seems to be an exception. What do they do with all that space? Silver asks with awe in her voice that echoes how I feel. I know, right? If I climb on the palisade in court and look over my town, all I see are rooftops with space for roads and the occasional yard. It's lighter closer to the wall as that hasn't been filled with houses yet, but we don't stretch it out. We don't stretch out like they have. Brandon, how come they're so spread out? No idea. Never thought to ask when I traveled through before. Emotion westward. Come on, we want to put some distance before we stop for the night. The hunting parties should all be back inside before the sun disappears, but people out here have a habit of thinking that anyone they cross who isn't on the road is out for no good. He grins at me. Unless you think you want to practice fighting against them, it's not a good idea to have them walk in on your camp. Walk in. Walk. It's not a good idea to have them walk into our camp. We walk into another forest when we barely have enough light to see the trees, and Brandon has us continue for a while with the light of his crystal to navigate by. When we reach a clearing, we make camp. Dinner is dried bear meat and water. Then Alan and Silver huddle for magical discussion, and while Brandon leans back against, you know what, leans against a tree with a book in his hand. Is that a different book? I ask. Yeah, he looks the cover. I finished the history of the Appalachian last night. Who are they? They were they were what people called the native who lived in those mountains well before the system arrived. But the book is about the mountains themselves. Why are you reading about mountains? And in a book from before the system? It looks old, and with being able to access information from the system directly, there aren't a lot of books being written anymore. Dad's always complaining about how we're going to lose our history this way. But it's just a question of asking the right questions, so I don't see his concern. For research? Why bother researching that? Isn't your build about fighting? Well, ignoring that you never know what kind of detail from the past that will lead you to a ruin, it's easy experience. Why wouldn't I do it? How is reading experience? He stares at me. Haven't you looked at your class? Yes. He looks at me expectantly, so I bring up, where could there be anything about experience by reading? Well, there's only one section in my sheet that has anything that gives experience, so I bring up my active quest. So I bring up my active quests. And this is what happens with me, that this is why reading out loud works for me. I moved this and I barely realized it when I said it. I bring up my active quest. I was starting on the next line when I realized that that I did not say it where it was. So, yeah. Dennis Carpenter's active quest. Aaron's last will and testament. Aaron has asked you to deliver a private letter to his wife in Kansas City. Rewards on accepting the quest. Partial unlock of Aaron's never-ending journal. Gain the ability to bind Aaron's never-ending journal to yourself. On completion, 26,324 experience, 2 ability point, 4 skill points, and 2 spell point. Consequence of refusal or failure, none. Ruin Explorer Quest, Step 2. Have discovered 2 ruins. An explorer always finds the discovery of a ruin rewarding. Reward 4,563 experience. Cache Explorer Quest, Step 2. Have found 2 caches. Sometime, finding a hidden cache can be a reward in and of itself. Rewards 4,563 experience. Research Explorer Quest, Step 1. Research 1 subject. The past isn't always contained within the ruins. Sometimes it is in tomes that the rewards lay. Rewards 2197 experience. Fighting Explorer Quest 3. Quest Step 3. Have fought 6 different creatures. The explorer doesn't only learn in dusty tomes and through ancient ruins. They also have something to learn from the creatures in the world, the creatures of the world. Rewards 6,929 experience. If it's supposed to be in my quest, I don't see anything about reading. Really? You don't have a research quest? Yes, but what you're doing isn't research, I reply. Research is about trying to learn about something in depth, not just reading a book. I'm not just reading, Brendan replies. I'm learning about the Appalachians. It's one subject, and when I'll be done, I'll know it quite well. Come on. There's no way the system counts that. The fact that I'm working on step 9 of my research quest says it does. But I've gone over the maps in Aaron's journal often enough. I can probably draw a few from memory, and that quest is still on its first step for me. Maps aren't a subject, but they're a good place to start from, especially maps from another explorer, since all the places he marked on them are places of interest. So someone will have written a book about them. Researching places you plan on going is always to your advantage beyond advancing the quest. But I'm not planning on exploring ruins. I'm going to be a guard. It gives me an amused look. Okay, but even then, it's an ability point for every 4 steps. Do you really want to say no to that? He offers me a book. I take it. Lord Dorchester, man behind Toronto. I raise my frown from it to Brampton. What use do I have for something that had to have happened years before the system in Toronto? Centuries, he corrects. And the use is advancing your quest. The system doesn't care if the information is useful or not, just that you learn it. He opens his book. Word of warning, it knows if you've learned something or not. So you need to actually read what's there, not just skim it like it's a random system query. The book is kind of thick. I'm not getting through this anytime soon. Where did you even get this? At the club, before we left. I always leave the books I'm done with and pick up new ones. And they let you just leave with them? I open the book and squint. Why is this written so small? One of the perks of being a member of the club, which you are, I'll remind you. I'll just give this back to you when I'm done, if I ever get done. If it's all written this small and a quick flip through shows it is, I may not be done by the time I'm back in court. Sure, he smiles. I have a satchel full of book you can read afterwards. And this concludes chapter 45 of The World Which Is. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter is going to be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read the story, it is up for free on Royal Road. If you want to read ahead of that and support me in the process, that is on my Patreon. We are about 10 chapters ahead there. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. The links are in the note. And with that, I shall wish you a good day. All right. You checked domestic US stream to international and no video issue. It's still freezing. But not your internet. Audio is fine. That is weird because have you restarted the actual stream? My actual stream? Like refreshed it? Da, 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 da. Yeah, I'm not saying that's the problem, but I have noticed that every so often, um, a page doesn't quite catch. Like I don't know how to explain, but it's like it's like it misses some of the information, and no amount of you know doing anything on the page itself resolves it until. Why are you? Huh? Why did all of this change? Um, yeah, no amount of adjusting it changes the page, and it takes a full reload of the page to resolve it. Like I, it's just something like I don't know why, I don't know what causes it, but it's just something I've noticed here and there. So, all right, so that is done. Now to do this. Still happening. That is weird. When somebody else drops by when somebody awake drops by the stream, we can check with them if if they also have the issue, and then, like I said, I don't know what I can do about it because I'm not seeing any problems on my side. Um, have you adjusted the resolution? Moved it down to see if that might not play a part in it. Wait, what? Okay. Okay. There we go. There we go. Not sure what happened there. Yeah, it is possible that the issue is that um, your bandwidth can't quite keep up with 1080. Uh, Again, like this is a supposition on my part. Um, March 31st. Huh. Yeah, it would seem like that makes April 7th. Ah, right, I need to change that because now I've set you for 9 a.m. Come on. All right, you're going to be unknowingly obtuse and want to be 09. All right, post that. Huh. You are set for 9. That's interesting. Why did you not do that? I'll try to remember to pay attention. I will. We are on breaking step 1 out. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 33 allies. We're going up against 30 enemies. And we are off with Gator Paws in first place. Let's see. Then Evadine takes second. Nursing Geek takes over that. Evadine fights for it, is back in second place. Nursing Geek is in third. So Gator Paws is in first. Nursing Geek doesn't. Oh, yep. Nursing Geek gets second place. Evadine is in third. Evadine takes second place again. And we're done. We have won. Yes, I know. Gator Paws is in first place. 8 kill, 11 assist. Evadine is in second place, 4 kill, 3 assist, and Nursing Geek is in third, 2 kill, 3 assist. We have gold. Do we have a Dr. Derp? There's Blue or Swede. We have archers, and I believe we have a Nursing Geek. And then Helpful Onion gets healed. And we move on to a hard battle on the way to the gold chest. Alrighty, Templar. I have another Templar I can put down. Little, not as powerful, but hey, it's for a quest. And in half an hour, we will see how this turns out. Alrighty. And I will confirm this. Yep. All right, so I will start on the next chapter by confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I will confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I will see you on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes. and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my books and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing chapter 102 of Breaking Step. Finding Dawn took longer than Tibbs expected. The sorcerer hadn't been in their room, the inn, or training at the guild. So he'd cast his sense over the town and started walking. Dawn was the only person with corruption, other than the sorcerers, working on the building over the pool, so Tibbs shouldn't have had the difficult time of it that he did. Again, he was reminded that, for as much as his sense had expanded, Craggle Rock had grown faster. From one side of it, he could just about sense the center, which was no longer the transportation platform. The town was growing unevenly, stretching more towards the midday sun than other directions. He sensed some with corruption, but they were too powerful to be his friend. Sorcerers taking break from the construction work, he decided. Where he finally found Dawn, and Tibbs cursed himself for dismissing the place out of hand, was the corruption pool. He knew how the concentration of the element muddled his sense, so he shouldn't have assumed Dawn wouldn't be there. Even the old Dawn was known to help out when it served him. And having the academy where he would do his research once he was free of the guild finish. Even the old Dawn was known to help out when it served him, and having the academy where he would do his research once he was free of the guild, finish what they were building here would certainly serve him. Really? Finish what they were building here. Oh, yeah, okay. Tibbs figured the old Dawn would have done only as much as needed to show he was helping, while his friend was dressed in rough worker's clothing and sweating while he hammered planks into place with others, much stronger sorcerers. The sight amused him a little. The element liked things to be easy. When he channeled corruption that first time, whatever seemed the easiest was what he'd done, careless of the consequences. Even his first encounter with one of their sorcerer, as she tried to swindle Dawn out of a pool he didn't own, had supported the impression bards sang when it came to them. Never trust someone with corruption as their element. They will trick you into doing all the work and give them all the rewards. Take care of any of them. Okay, that should be its own. Take care if any of them are on your team, but take especially care of the sorcerer who wields corruption, who is only less trustworthy than the rogue. Yet another reminder, as if he needed them anymore, that bards didn't sing about how things were. They twisted events to make good stories, and twisted how people thought of those in the songs in the process. Tibbs hesitated in calling out his friend. Searching for him after leaving the guild had moved the sun until there was only slightly more than a full handspan until it touched the horizon. He was hungry, and Dawn was working, and wouldn't it be safer if he went to another corruption sorcerer for help? One who didn't know so much about him, who would have an easier time believing the tale Tibbs would tell them? But would they be able to help him if they knew so little about what he could do? Would his question lead to questions of their own as to why he was so curious about an element he couldn't use? Or could he pass himself off as a runner with corruption and hope they wouldn't know Dawn was the only one? He could claim to be from outside, and Tibbs? Dawn called, waving. He spoke to another of the sorcerers before placing the hammer in a bucket and stepping around stacks of planks that seemed precariously balanced to Tibbs. What are you doing here? He wiped his brow. Looking for you, but if you're busy with something you need to do to be part of the academy, I can. No, I'm not forced to do this, Don said, chuckling. I was tired of not getting anywhere with that book I got from the dungeon, so I came to help to have something else to think about. I didn't think sorcerers who worked at an academy would be hammering planks in place, Tip said. Don looked around and lowered his voice. You can sense they're all sorcerers? Tip shook his head. The pool makes it difficult, but there is a sense of a lot of elements above it, and I don't think workers would walk around so at ease over the pool. Don looked back. I hadn't considered that. But the reason they're doing the work beyond being a change of pace from so much research and something the acolytes in training can do to learn that even the academy isn't only that even the academy that even isn't only about that even that the acolyte in training can do to learn something the acolyte in training can do to learn that even the academy isn't only about sitting down, reading and writing, is that the weaves need to be done as construction happens. It's well beyond me, but each plank has a weave that locks in place with those around it. It makes the building more secure and serves as a base upon which further enchantment will be added to keep experiments from escaping the walls. He looked at Tibbs, smiling. But as curious as you are, I doubt you came here to learn about what goes into building a sorcerer's academy. There was no avoid it anymore. You said you wanted to train me, and I believe your words were, I need to deal with something. The tone was severe. I've dealt with it. I'm glad to hear it, Don said far too casually. I'd like not to almost kill anyone the next time I have to use a lot of essence. Don watched him. I'm sure we'd all appreciate that. He looked towards the sun. Let me wash and change, then we can eat. Talk about how I expect you to work, and then we can settle down and exercise to help you gain control. Tibbs would bet, telling his friend that wasn't what he wanted to work on. He'd have to come. He'd have to come as. He'd have to come at this. Oh, at this. Far more indirectly than he preferred. All right, he replied, hoping he didn't sound as disappointed to Don as he thought. And I expect you to respect the schedule I set, Don said, as Tibbs finished his meal. Mez had joined them, ate, and left. Jacko was still in bed, getting over the corruption in his essence. They might have to pass on the next run at the rate the fighter was healing. Not just for showing up to the training, but in doing your exercises. He looked up at the approaching warrior. Tibbs quickly greeted them. Dawn. He looked around the room before sitting. The inn was mostly filled with runners. The tables occupied by others were townfolks or visitor, while Korsev's father had a policy that everyone was welcome. The runners had made sure the guards felt like they were the exception. He placed a pouch on the table that looked like a worn version of Jackal's. If he focused, Tibbs could make out a weave throughout the leather. He wanted to ask where Quigley had gotten it. Considering how much essence Stowe had said it took to make Jackal's pouch, he didn't think it came from there. Stowe also didn't make items that looked old unless told to. The warrior reached into it slightly further than the size implied and pulled out a ring. Was it because that was the only as deep as the pouch was, or because he wanted to avoid attracting attention? Not every team had something like that, and even Jackal was careful when using his in public. Should I bother asking how it is the dungeon is making those? Quickly asked, tapping the ring on the table. He turned the pouch toward Tibbs. I'd never bothered with them. Tibbs shrugged, opening the pouch and looking in. Where he'd expected darkness, as with Jackal's and the bag Archer had provided him, the inside was more like the chest in the dungeon. Clearly larger than the outside, but the space was finite, even if he couldn't tell how large it was. And It was filled with plain-looking brass rings. How did the dungeon know to start providing us with food? Don offered, or weapons for Sebastian's assault. It must have a way to know what its town needs to survive, and if you think about it, providing items we need also serves as incentive to get the runners to go in, so it also benefits. Sure, that makes sense. Quig only glanced at the sorcerer before fixing his gaze back on Tibbs. When do you need it back? He asked, tying it to his belt. Now, the warrior said. I don't have anything to put the rings in. Even if he'd been wearing his armor, he wouldn't have revealed its hiding place. Not that he was sure it could hold this much. It had held the promises, but those were paper. I need to go back and check. I am confident that Tibbs has a pouch that hides what's in it, but not certain. The first one got destroyed, but I'm pretty sure Stowe gave him a second one. But yeah, I need to go back, and I think it's in the previous book. So yeah. Fine. Tomorrow then. I kept a few for my team to give to the people who matter to us. Tib nodded. He'd resigned himself to the runners thinking about them before the town, but they would have enough anyway in time. Won't Cross shove that down? Dawn hesitated, then smiled. Your throat when you give that to her? She can do whatever the fuck she wants to me after she put it on. There's too much writing on it. I really thought she'd made it clear she didn't care about your heart, Dawn said dismissively. Quickly leaned towards the server. How about you keep that corrupt nose of yours out of the stuff that isn't any of your business? And if you can't, do like that cleric of yours. Keep what you think of it to yourself. Noted, Don replied, grinning over the lip of his tankard. I won't comment on your impressive attempt at getting that woman to kill you anymore. The warrior pushed away from the table, grumbling insult about the sorcerer. Don't, Tibbs said, as Don opened his mouth. I don't want to know about them. I don't want to know about Mez and his girls, or anyone you know that's involved with someone else. You really don't like knowing about couples, do you, Tibbs? Don wiped the remaining sauce off his plate with a chunk of bread. I can't not know about Jackal and Krosef, Tibbs replied darkly, earning himself a chuckle in response. That's more than I ever wanted to know about what anyone did with their special someone. You only say that, Krosef said, taking his empty plate, because you haven't found yourself someone, Tibbs snorted. How about you, Don? Chasing anyone? The sorcerer smirked. I'm not the chaser. I'm one of the heroes of Craggle Rock, and unlike Tibbs, I don't ignore those chasing me. In fact, there is a lady from the Rose Blossom Quarter that has been quite dedicated in her attempt to get me to. Can you just not? Tibbs glared at his grinning teammate. Since you aren't talking about how I need to do it anymore, maybe we can move on to the actual training. Your training? Krosef asked in surprise. I do train, Tibbs replied, eyes narrowing at the server. When your teacher calls for you, Krosef replied, or when something happens you hold yourself responsible for. Tibbs pointed up before even thinking about it. He isn't that badly hurt, he replied with a roll of the eyes. He's just enjoying having me having me tend to him. I won't be surprised when he jumps out all better the day of your run. Like you need an excuse to tend to him. Dawn said, grinning, while Tibbs shook his head. Unless something happened, Jekyll wouldn't be out of bed by then. What can I say? I'm a caring guy. I am happy to tend to whatever needs my man has. Tibbs grew serious. But the way he explained it to me, you didn't do it. And he doesn't hold you responsible, Don. It was that other person who'll want to watch itself the next time Jackal finds them. Crow, His father called from behind the bar. Are you working for the inn, or did you join the guild when I wasn't looking? Work calls. The server left. Don't start with the everyone needs a special someone stuff. Tibbs warned the sorcerer. I don't want to hear it. They don't have to be special, the sorcerer replied, grinning at the glare Tibbs gave him. Are we training or not? Tibbs raised a warning finger as he saw the mirth in Don's eyes. With a chuckle, the sorcerer stood. Come on, we'll need somewhere without people around for this. The wooded plaza was all that was left of the wood that had supplied the early material for the building of Craggle Rock. Someone had come and made trees grow, and they'd remain. It was no more than 4 blocks in size, but once inside, there was an air of mystery many spoke about. A sense it was larger, that there were hidden things there. It wasn't until now, the first time he stepped in, that Tibbs remembered his audience with darkness. Was it because of the element that the guild wasn't aware of it, or was it that they hadn't made the connection yet? We shouldn't be disturbed here, Don said, and we aren't going to start with so much essence you can lose control. These are basic exercises to sharpen your will and make it hard for someone to take control away from. Don, how would you go about making corruption hard? He asked as neutrally as he could. The sorcerer sighed. Tibbs, now isn't the time. This is about practicing your control. Place it aside your unending curiosity for when we aren't working on something else. I will, but I'm just curious. I noticed that no matter how I will it, corruption never seems to do that. How am I going to use it as a weapon if... Tibbs stopped as Don stiffened. He turned and leveled a hot glare. How about I make you a deal, Tibbs? How about, instead of trying to manipulate me, you tell me exactly what you're after and let me decide if I want to help you? If I want to help with that? Tibbs looked away. Sorry. At least you're remorseful about it. Don ran a hand over his face. So, what is this about? I need a weapon. You have plenty of weapons, Tibbs. Of everyone I know, you are possibly the one with the most possibilities when it comes to making weapons. Tibbs hesitated. It has to be corruption. Don tapped his chin. Corruption isn't something that lends itself to a useful weapon in the dungeon, considering how it protects itself from that element. If your goal is to make those fights easier, you're better looking to improve something else, which means, how serious is this, Tibbs? Tibbs swallowed. Enough I didn't want to involve anyone else. And you were hoping to trick me so I wouldn't know what you're planning. I didn't want you to get in trouble if someone asks what you knew about what I'm planning and they use light. Don sighed. If I insist, will you tell me? Tibbs shook his head. As much as he could see Don making this easier, he wouldn't risk him or the others. What if I make my help conditional on knowing? Again, he shook his head. Abyss, Tibbs, whatever you're planning, if you need a weapon made of corruption, it isn't something you should undertake alone. I won't risk anyone else. You all have someone's, and I won't be the reason they lose any of you. Don stared at him. Is that why you don't want someone? Because you were always planning this? I'm a runner. Sto's going to beat me one day. I don't want to hurt someone the way losing Karina hurt me. Tibbs, that's only until Epsilon. Then the guild is going to send me against something else. That's why you should... No! He didn't have to work at making his expression hard. I don't want this. If you want it, you want it. Jekyll has it. Mez is stuck with it. Even Kumdar has someone like that. I don't want it. I don't know why. Okay, Don. I don't know why, okay? I don't know why, okay? I just don't. I see Jackal and Crosef. I listen to Maz talk about his girls. No, his girl. Maz doesn't talk. He knows. Yeah. And I don't want any of it. I know you all think I just have to find the right person, but I don't want to. I don't want to find anyone because you don't want them. You don't want to hurt them when you die. Yes, he shook his head. No, I don't know. Okay. All I know is that when I try to think about someone, I'd look at the way Maz looks at Tandy when he thinks no one's watching, or Jackal at Krosef all the abyss time. I don't see anyone. I don't feel anything. And I'm tired of being told I have to look for that person. Tibbs stopped, panting. I'm sorry, Tibbs. I didn't. He raised a hand and Don fell silent. That doesn't matter. It's a me thing. What matters right now is if you'll help me without knowing what I'm planning. You don't have to. I understand if I will, but under one condition. I'm not telling I know, Tibbs. It's not that. My condition is that this is the last time. Is the last time you skirt your training. I will spend tonight, however long it takes, to help you etch this weapon you need. But come tomorrow, come any day after tonight, you are going to follow the schedule I have set. I don't care what else happens. I don't care what the dungeon does or how Commander Irdianim complicates your life. Those things will get shuffled around the training. Is that clear? Tibbs nodded. Tibbs, this is me as a friend warning you. Don't abuse my generosity. I promise, Don. I will train. I will follow what you tell me to do. I need to do this. But I also don't want to be a threat to the team either. Okay. Don let out a breath and looked around. For what you need, we can't do that here. Come on. I know a place that should keep the surroundings safe from what we'll be doing. And that concludes chapter 102 of Breaking Step. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter is going to be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is up on Royal Road for free. If you want to read ahead of that and support me in the process, that is on my Patreon, where we are about 20 chapters ahead. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. The links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. And I am going to... Yeah, I'm going to start this early. Could have followed last week. That way I can catch up to stuff if things happen. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 33 allies. We're going up against 17 enemies. Salazar starts in first place. Sigma's in second. Monobear is in third. Um, and we're on the last group. Sorry, Salazar's in first. Sigma is in second. Monobear still in third. We kill a bunch of epics, and we are about to be done. Although we are getting distracted. There we go, and we're done. Oh wait, no. Now we're done, right? Yeah. Salazar is in first place, 4 kills, 6 assists. Sigma OS is in second place with 6 assists, and Monobear is in third with 5 kills. We have healers and fairies that no one is currently claiming, so Sergeant Kate Dog has been healed. Boneska gets fairies. And we move on to a very hard battle on the way to the gold chest. Alrighty, and I need to double check. I think archers are, yeah, I need to deal with archers. Archers are ranged. And, you know what, let's go here. Oh, and I have 2 archer quests. Very nice. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. And, alright, so I will start the next chapter by confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I am confirming I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I will see you on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 103 of Breaking Step. The nearly black knife floated between Tibbs' hand. He didn't need them there, like they nestled the etching, but he found it comfortable to have a visual limitation to how much, to how the essence moved. Corruption doesn't flow, Dawn explained, once they were seated inside the room above the corruption pool, the way water does. Tibbs had been concerned his friend would get in trouble for using it without asking permission this time, but so long as no one needed it, he'd explained, no one cared. He'd looked at Tibbs and added, so long as it's still there by the time we leave. He raised a hand as Tibbs started to correct him that watered essence didn't flow. I know it isn't the right word. Believe me, any scholar who researches essence knows it's never the right word. Half the books I read spend more time arguing over which is the word that should be used instead of explaining the research. For the purpose of this session, water flows and corruption oozes. Tibbs nodded and Dawn continued. Unlike water, corruption doesn't have a condition in which it can be solid. It goes from oozing to drifting to floating. Simply put, you can make corruption less solid with will, but not more. For that, you need an assembly starting with Ike, which, wait, won't Ike make the etching fly apart? The Arcanist is about movement. It's what happened when when the lance I made just flew out of my control. As your teacher explained how not every Arcanist interacts with the element the same way. It has come up, Tibbs said, remembering the headache that had caused, not only did that had caused. Not only did the Arcanist not always act the same from one element to the other, but the same Arcanist could have a variety of behavior depending on what element it was with. As well, wait, not only they're not from one element to another, but okay, this is basically a repeat. But the same Arcanist could have a variety of behavior depending on what element it was with. Okay. You can have a variety of behavior depending on what the other Arcanists were used in the filigree. In that case, Ike does add motion to the essence, then form the box of corruption, which drooped as soon as it existed. Tibbs sensed the sorcerer adding a filigree of Ike, spaced well apart, and the drooping stopped. As you can sense, the essence is moving, and that motion is letting the form I will it in remain. He was right. There was a vibration in the essence now, but instead of making the box fly out of Dawn's control, it went in all direction at the same time and caused it to be solid. What Ike is doing is getting stronger. Tibbs said, sensing the vibration increase. Indeed. It's why Ike can't be used on its own. The box exploded in a formless cloud of essence that Dawn absorbed. The Arcanist builds constantly, adding more and more stress on the essence lattice. You can compensate by adding more lattices, but that's a losing battle. Ike will always overcome them. It's simply a question of time. You need to use another Arcanist to buffer its effect. Which one and how you place it will depend on the effect you are looking for. He looked at it expectantly, and he'd had no choice but to describe what he needed. Since learning about all the ways to make corruption essence work would take more time, more than the rest of this day. He needed it as hard as metal, he'd explain, aiming to keep the description vague. The etching then needed to be able to have other essences wrapped around it without them interacting, because they'd have their own filigree. And Dawn set forth with explaining what Tibbs needed to do. Ka was needed on each side of Ike because it could absorb some of the motion it created. How close would depend on the exact solidity Tibbs was aiming to create. Sa was then needed on the flow side, only Tibbs had to ask for an explanation of the flow side, and Dawn demonstrated by pushing the essence from himself into the etching with a filigree. The direction the essence flowed was the flow side, and it would serve to balance the constant growth of the movement since over time Ike could overwhelm Ka just like it did the etching lattice. All was needed on either side, as well as any crossing of filigree, so he had control over what went where. Again, Tibbs would have to experiment with positioning. Dawn smiled. But starting here and going with only with incremental change will keep you from causing this to explode. The smile vanished. Well, it should. Please don't prove me wrong. Then he had started with the other filigree Tibbs would need to account for him adding essences and changing their effect. Whenever Tibbs asked for clarification, Dawn answered. When Tibbs asked about something relating to the element or the essence or the arcanist that didn't impact what he was teaching, he shut down the inquiry. When Dawn had gone off on a tangent about how even something as mindset when it was even as mindset when a lattice was built, when Don had gone off on a tangent about how even something as mindset when a lattice was built affected how a filigree behaved and how some scholar. Okay, yeah. So if I used filigree here, then okay. This build affected how it behaved, and how some scholar theorized that that was why the classes had to be created to capitalize on and focus the similar mindset, which led to the creation of the fighters, sorcerers, rogues, and archers. Since okay, archers should not be capitalized. Since even back then, purity as a group was a group of its own. Clerics were never studied. Purity was a group on because since even back then, purity was a group of its own. Clerics were never studied, but observation were supported. Have supported those theories. Tibbs had started to tell him about how clerics might work with their essence because of their connection to the element, but the sorcerer stopped him, been annoyed at himself for going off topic, and set back to teaching Tibbs. The correction center of his building etching was unchanging. This letting there be much more than he could normally push together through willing it. So he set about adding the next layer, darkness, to increase it to increase the chances his weapon would be undetected, since Tibbs didn't have the time to practice making it until it happened. To decrease the chances his weapon would be detected. Since Tibbs didn't have the time to practice etching it until he could make it with barely any thoughts. All right, let's see if that still feel like a pretty large, but let's see. So he set about adding the next layer, darkness, to decrease the chances his weapon his weapon would be detected, since Tibbs didn't have the time to practice etching it until he could make it with barely any thoughts. No, not too bad. He'd have to make it ahead of time. Oh, okay. All right. Let's change that around. Since Tibbs didn't have the time to practice etching it until he could make it with barely a thought, he'd have to make it ahead of time. And walk about the guild with it. He set it into the filigree he used for this darkness sheath, making alteration to ensure he wouldn't it. What the hell? All right. He set into it the filigree he used for his darkness sheath, making alteration to ensure okay, that's definitely it. Wouldn't be affected. What? What the bleep? He set a filigree like the one similar to the one for his darkness sheath, altering it. Altering it. And yes, I am making this up on the fly because I have no idea. Um, and even now, I don't. Okay, you know what? I am not gonna bother. Like, this is not important, and I can't figure out what I meant. Alrighty, let us have time and walk about the guild with it. Then Meadowlessons with a filigree to strengthen it for thrusting, and one to sharpen the edge until it might be able to slice through weaves, if that was a thing. Then a final edge of corruption to ensure it would cut through whatever protection Marger had. That gave him a blade. Now he had to work on the pommel if he wanted to be able to wield it with more than his will. Tibbs woke and immediately set about forming the knife, and he needed too many tries. He sat at the table and set about practicing. In a hurry, Khrushchev asked, placing a new tankard and taking the empty one. Tibbs' plate was almost empty. What's to do? He was down to 6 tries before the etching was proper. Still too many. He wanted to get it right on the first try, since that would let him etch it as close to the last moment as possible. But he expected that wasn't as close to the last as needed. But he expected that wasn't possible in the time he had left. So he wanted to make it as close to reaching the guild as but he expected that wasn't possible in the time he had left. He wanted to make it as close. Oh. All right. Yeah, he wanted to make it before reaching the guild, so there would be as few distractions as possible once it was made. Does one of those things include visiting Jackal? The reproach in the server's eyes kept Tibbs from protesting. He was too busy. He nodded in a hurry to finish his plate before racing to the stairs. He knocked on the door, then cracked it open. Khrushchev should still be working, but Tibbs had lost sight of him, so he wanted to be sure they weren't setting him up to see something he had no interest in. Even waiting to be invited in wasn't a guarantee he wouldn't get an eyeful, and Jackal on his own didn't mean he wouldn't find a way to tease Tibbs. The room was quiet, and Jackal was reclined on the bed, his lower half covered with a sheet, hands on top of that. The Jackal gave him a weak smile as Tibbs stepped in. Come to see your dying leader? He forced a cough. I thought you'd already moved on. Been busy, Tibbs mumbled, pulling his chair next to the bed. He knew Jackal was jesting. Tibbs had forgotten about him being sick in the middle of getting ready. But Tibbs had forgotten about him in the middle of being sick in the middle of getting ready. And you aren't dying. Jackal forced another cough. How can you say that? I've been wasting away in this bed. Soon there'll be nothing left of me. I can sense what's left of corruption in your essence, Tibbs said, rolling his eyes. You could get out of the bed if you really... Jackal had a hand on Tibbs's mouth, looking at the door fearfully. Don't say that, he whispered. Crow might hear you, and then he'll stop looking after me. Tibbs leveled a look on the fighter as he moved the hand away. Your man is never going to stop looking after you, and even when you're healthy. And if you start telling me about the special stuff he does when you're sick, Tibbs added as Jackal opened his mouth, I'm going to fill you with so much corruption, it's going to shrivel down into nothing. I doubt there's enough corruption to make that happen, the fighter replied with a smirk. I've seen it, remember? I know exactly how much you'll take. If you didn't want me to know that, you shouldn't have arranged for me to walk in on your fun like you did. You make it sound like I knew when you'd return to our room. Jekyll said, grinning. Oh, you have your ways of knowing. Jekyll let himself fall back on the bed. What's keeping you busy? Tibbs shrugged, and the fighter frowned. If I threaten to tie you to that chair so you have to watch me and Crow have fun, will you tell me? I'd rather you didn't. That's why threats work. Tibbs glared at the Jekyll, and the smile went away. He had simply forgotten, but Jekyll knew him too well. He'd work through any excuse Tibbs gave him and come to something close to the truth, and that was too dangerous for his friend. If you don't want to tell me, Tibbs, it means you probably shouldn't be doing it. It has to be done. Jekyll sighed. I hate it when you say that, because coming from you, it's probably true. Tell me you're going to be careful. As much as I can, I'm working on making sure it goes right. Good, because we've already missed one run. I will be better before the next one, and I need my rogue if we're going to clear the 4th floor. Tibbs nodded. He didn't know what would happen to the runs with the guild destroyed, but he was sure he'd manage to get them in the dungeon no matter what. Then I should let you go. Any longer and Crow's going to wonder what I'm up to. He's going to wonder if I'm up to no good. When are you ever not? Jekyll stared at him. Are you saying he already knows? Tibbs shrugged, and his friend's expression turned suspicion. Okay. Exactly what is my man up to? Tibbs snorted. How about enjoying not having to you running around the town, getting in fights and staying out until the late hours, drinking with unmentionable people? Hey, I mention if I'm asked. Jekyll's smile vanished. Tibbs, be careful. I am. He stood and left. The problem wasn't maintaining the darkness sheath and his corruption knife at the same time. The problem came from the one detail he'd forgotten in his hurry to train both. People didn't see him. Yes, they noticed something if they caught sight of him out of the corner of their eye, but those weren't the problem. It was the town folks looking ahead of them as they walked, looking directly at Tibbs, if they happened to be heading for each other. With him focused on maintaining the 2 etching more than once, he'd nearly bumped into someone, and the jerk to avoid the collision caused his focus to break. Then his sudden appearance caused enough of a ruckus he decided that the sheath came first. He couldn't afford for word of him appearing out of nowhere to reach the guild. Now, after a few days of splitting his attention 3 ways, the sheath first, remaining aware of the people around him second, and then the knife, the split. Okay. Now the problem is that because now after means there should be a consequence of it. Like this is a variation on the if then statement. I need now after not and keep track everyone around. All right. Well, he was able to walk around and keep track of everyone around him. The split meant he couldn't keep some of the essence from leaking away. But it wasn't enough to keep him from going through with this. If he could find a way to get in. He'd approached the guild sheathed to get a sense of the weave's reaction, looking to work out a way to defeat it, but it was beyond his ability. And he needed a way in soon. From listening to the clerks, Marger was close to being done. It was all they could talk about, guessing on what he would do. Who would replace Tirania? Would the runners be sent to other dungeons while he restarted everything here from scratch? Yeah. None of them had given time frames, but the sense of any day now was there. Breathing the urgency away so he remained careful became harder with each failure at thinking of a way in. He didn't want to succeed just to end up dead. He wasn't abandoning his team like that. He stepped out of the crowd to alleviate some of the mental strain and leaned against the wall. He maintained his sheath and knife, although it was in a sheath at his belt, the one that had contained the sword that had crumbled away with the golem holding it. Without having to remain aware of the crowd, the two etchings hardly taxed him. Not having to focus so much also let him notice the dog sniffing the ground between where he'd been in the crowd and the wall. It was one of Serba's larger dogs. It sniffed at him at his feet, then searched away, letting out a whine. It sniffed back and forth before him, stopped again, looked at him, then away, before sniffing the ground some more. Tibbs looked around. This wasn't one of her dogs that sometimes wandered away from her. She'd set him on this search, so she would be. He found her on the other side of the crowd. Some essence at the mouth of an alley. Some essence at the mouth of an alley with dogs at her feet. Then he saw her in the gaps between people. Sorry, he told the dog, then entered an alley to go around. The sniffing followed him, the dog nose to the ground, a few steps behind him. When he reached where she stood, she wasn't there. He found her by the crowd parting to let her and her dogs return from the other side of the road. He stepped deeper into the alley, the dog following him, and dropped the sheath. The dog let out a startled whine, looked at him, and let out a bark, sitting. He released the knife, then Serba was in the mouth of the alley glaring at him. About time, she said. Just where have you been hiding any longer, and I wouldn't have been able to warn you in time. In time for what? For you to move your stuff before the commander raids it. How did Ilian find out this time? Tibbs asked in exasperation. He so didn't have time to deal with this. I don't know, but he's been gathering people all morning. He rubbed the temple. Who did he have available he could send? He had no idea. Keeping track of his rogues was another thing he'd let go to train. It was probably how Ilian had learned about it. Someone had taken Tibbs's lack of oversight as their cue to push for their plot forward, and he sighed. What was the point? So he'd lose the equipment for a few days. Once the guild was no more, he'd get it back from the rubble. Of course, that was if he could find a way in without being noticed, which was looking less and less likely with Marger's departure growing ever closer. He straightened, staring at Serba, who took a step back, hands up placatingly. When is the raid happening? He asked as she kept retreating. Why did he keep thinking he needed to get in on his own? She hesitated. At this point, just about now? She turned and ran as if her life depended on it, her dogs trailing behind. Tibbs ran because the future of his town depended on it. And that concludes chapter 103 of Breaking Step. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter is going to be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story as well as the other two in the series, they are up on Royal Road for free. If you want to read ahead of Royal Road and support me in the process, that is on my Patreon. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. The links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. I'll be right back. Battle station, everyone. Battle station, and welcome to the stream, Tallulah. Thank you for dropping by. Let's see. Gator Paws was in first place. Mono Bear Q-Wiz takes that over. Mono Bear takes that over. Gator Paws tries. Mono Bear takes it again. Gator Paws is in second. Bunny Theory is in third. And let's see. Nursing Geek takes over third. I killed an epic, so does Nursing Geek and Eva Dean and me again. And with that, we're done. We have won. Mono Bear is in first place, 4 kill, 2 assist. Gator Paws is in second place with 5 assists, and Nursing Geek is in third with 4 kills. We have gold. Do we have a Dr. Derp? How about a Bluer Swede? Oh, Bluer's not there either. Then we have a Centurion that no one is currently claiming. So, Mono Bear gets the Centurion, Gator Paws, the gold. And we move on to me collecting scrolls. And then a very hard battle before the gold chest. And I believe archers are still what I need to put down. Yep. Alrighty. Half an hour to see how this turns out. And now to move on to chapter 104. So I am confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I am confirming I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I will see you on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tigerites, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing chapter 104 of Breaking Step. The crate jostled again, and something slid along his leg until its pointed end pressed far too close to Tibbs's sensitive part for his liking, but he had to keep his hands against the side to keep from being thrown about the, he hoped, sheath's weapon. Actually, he should have unsheathed them before getting into the crates. Into the crate. Then all he'd have to worry about was sliced up clothing and not bruised and painful body parts. He couldn't suffuse himself with purity, since he was concerned letting go of darkness would have the guards carrying the crate notice something was amiss. Unfortunately, he'd reached the hideout ahead of the guard with only enough time to use metal to pull the nails out of the crate's cover, the out of a crate's cover large enough he'd fit in, then bring it back down, pulling the nails in place until it was secure. He hadn't had time to shift about to make himself comfortable that the door slammed against the wall. Take everything, a woman ordered. Brom, go get me more people. Our informant didn't say anything about there being so many crates. Tibbs now had confirmation. One of his rogues had squealed. He'd figure out how to deal with them once the chaos around Marjorie's death had quieted. The crate he was in had been close to the door, so in no time it was picked up to complaints of how heavy it was, and he was being shaken about with that something. He was being shaken about with that something now pressing where he didn't want it hard enough. He had to let go of the side to grab it, only for the crate to shift with yet more cursing from the guards. Abyss! One of them complained. What's in this thing? A body? Tibbs held back to the pain of something heavy hitting his chest as the crate righted. It's just going to be badly stored equipment, the other replied. Way I heard it, that's a weapon stash from a bunch of troublemakers, so it's not like they're going to have any idea how to properly store weapons and armors. It was lack of time, Tibbs mentally complained as he grabbed the sides again, not lack of knowledge. Training all the Omegas, making sure the equipment was repaired and maintained, and keeping the tally of what was loaned out and missing didn't leave much time to keep everything in order. He sensed the building's weave and breath is worried down. It was only suffused with darkness. Something he'd done before without it reacting to. He would be fine. It wasn't like it could tell he was doing it while being hidden inside a crate with intention of committing violence on someone inside. Right? Even mind wasn't that powerful of an element. Right? They crossed the threshold to a lack of alarm, and Tibbs breathed again. The guard's step echoed, which they wouldn't do in the main hallway. Carefully extended his sense, the walls were closer, and he realized they had entered through a different entrance, one he hadn't known about. He'd been certain he had explored the entirety of the building. The stair arrived quicker than he'd expected, and he was shaken about as the guards complained and adjusted how they held on to the crate. Then, more adjusting as they reached the bottom, and the sound of their steps changed again, walking on packed dirt instead of wooden floor. Tibbs had explored all the above-ground guild building, but with only one entrance to the basement, he had never had the chance to explore that part. He thought all there was were cells and where the confiscated goods were stored. But there seemed to be more. They stopped and answered questions from a bored-sounding woman. Letters and numbers. The case file, he realized. The clerk stepped to the crate, and Tibbs readied himself as fire essence pulled to her hand. But before he worked out what had given him away, she ran a hand over the side of the crates, and in the essence left behind, with the smell of burned wood, he made out the letters and numbers the guard had recited. She did the same with the top of the crate. Row 9, she said, then they were moving again. A door opened, then closed behind them. And the sound of steps changed, as if they'd stepped into a large room. They walked further than Tibbs expected. He remembered the room being large from his one time making it in, but so large they would walk this long? They dropped the crate, and something stabbed Tibbs in the side. The guards complained the entire time they walked away, and Tibbs followed them with his sense when he couldn't hear them anymore. sensing another pair of guards carrying a crate crossing their path. Their crate was dropped next to Tibbs, and as they went away, he sensed another pair coming. He cursed. Would he ever get his chance to leave his hiding place and proceed with his plan? That crate went before the one to his left, and more guards brought crates, a second pair hefting theirs on top of Tibbs's. He glared at the retreating backs. Wasn't his job hard enough already? They had to add to it? He sensed the content of the crate. Armors, a mix of leather and metal, gloves, and a few shields. It would have to be enough, because anything else he could think of to move it away would draw attention. He took hold of anything metal in the crate with his essence and pushed it until it pressed against the side. He had to apply more essence, and then the crate slid with a racket to wake the town, and he stopped. He held his breath as he sensed the guard. They were still heading away, and the next pair had yet to arrive. Maybe they were deaf, or maybe his nerve had made the sound much louder. He started pushing again, then realized he was being an idiot. He didn't have to rely on the guards not hearing what he did when he had essence. He made a bubble of air around the crates and stilled its edge, keeping sound from crossing it. When he pushed the crate off, and since he didn't sense the guard approaching, he pushed the cover off and exited the crate and put everything back into place. The crates were in a space between shelves, with enough for dozens, he expected, depending on how they would be stacked. Crates further down were stacked 6 high. What would they do with what they contained? Would they not bother? Was there in just making sure they were out of the wrong hands, as he heard the commander state it? It didn't matter. Soon there wouldn't be a guild anymore, and Tibbs would have the time to figure out how to handle everything contained here. He let go of darkness and formed the sheath around him, then headed for the door. The closed door. How much protection did this sheath provide if he interacted with objects others could see? He hadn't thought to test that. On the other side, voices spoke. A pair of them and the clerk. The conversation was more animated, and Tibbs made out fire essence dissipating from the top of the crate on the floor between the guards. Great. They decided to talk instead of doing their job. At least it meant they'd open the door, but how long until that happened? Could he do something to hurry them along? He looked at the shelves and the items contained. Many of them were metal, so he couldn't make them fall, and the sound would be loud enough to make it through the door. Maybe he could topple a shelf in its entirety. Then they were held with metal nails. The guards, plural, lifted the crate, and Tibbs pressed himself against the wall. He wouldn't have much space between them stepping through and the door closing. It opened, and the pair walked in, the crate between them. As the rear one passed the door, he hooked a foot against the bottom, and Tibbs was on the other side before he gave it a swing to close. The clerk was peering into her ledger, and Tibbs didn't move. She could notice him out of the corner of her eyes, but it wasn't certain. There was the hall, then the door, behind which would be the clerk handling the cells, and the stairs going to the main floor. Tibbs didn't see another way into the room, but he figured this was the building's magic affecting him, and something to look into later. He took a step toward the hall, and when she didn't react, another, and again, until he was out of sight. At the door, he sensed the other side, but before he worried about the clerk there noticing the door opening, he didn't sense one there. Extending his sense, there was someone walking towards the cell. He took advantage and was in the room, then up the stairs, and confronted with a problem again. Only this time there were people on the other side. Not many, but all it took was one noticing something and investigating, and they they all had more experience with their element than Tibbs, so he had no idea what they could do. Which was more dangerous? The chance the door opening would be noticed, or the passage of time while he waited for someone to open the door so he could step out without attracting attention. Marger often worked late, but not always. He also sometimes left early. The men didn't seem to have a schedule he needed to adhere to, which made sense. Who would dare tell their leader what he could and couldn't do? Time was not on Tibbs's side, so he waited only as long as the flow of people created a gap. A gap. I don't need this. Then hurried to open it open the door, step through and close it. He froze as a clerk paused to look over her shoulder. You notice that? She asked an adventurer heading in the same direction. What am I looking for? He asked, scanning where she was looking. His element was metal, and he was close to Delta, but he wasn't using it. I could have sworn I heard a door close. He rolled his eyes. In this place, there's always a door closing. But I heard it close, she said, peering where Tibbs stood. Maybe they're overworking you, he replied, his tone concerned. There isn't a door there. There wasn't? Of course there wasn't. Only people with the medallion could see the door, and neither of them had it. The adventurer went back on his way, and with another look at the wall, she continued on as well. He allowed himself 2 breaths, then started walking 2, forming his knife and placing it within the sheath at his belt. He reached the meeting room with only distracted glances in its direction and entered it to find the table bare, the paper in a small crate along the walls. Was he too late? Breathing became difficult. He couldn't have missed his chance. He smiled with the next full breath. Panicking now wouldn't help. He extended his sense. He wouldn't be able to tell where Marger's was this way. The enchantment baffled even that. But, smiled. That's good. That doesn't feel right. He relaxed with the next full breath. Panicking now wouldn't help. He extended his sense. He wouldn't be able to tell where Marger was this way. The enchantments baffled even that. But he smiled as he sensed the concentrated wood essence. He could confirm he was in the building. He took the medallion in hand, and the jumble became orderly. Marger was at the back of the building. With him was someone with crystal at beta, someone else with wood at gamma, someone with fire at the same rank. Gamma, as well as someone else with wood and one with fire, both at gamma. He kept his pace steady as he navigated the halls to this new room. Rushing would cause him to make a mistake. He needed to be meticulous, careful, and he stared at the closed door, keeping him from entering the room where Marger, Tirania, and 2 others were. Patient. A door, he cursed, looking along the hall for anyone approaching, for anyone who might be heading into this room. His plan was being thwarted by a door. It was possible his sheath would keep them from noticing the door opening, and if not, from the Okay, and if not for the reminder that the door to the cells had its own magical protection, he would have entered, believing he'd tested it there. Now, he wasn't a risk he could take. Take, not talk, take. He could take. He needed every element of surprise, considering how powerful the people in the rooms were. He leaned against the wall and glared at the door, trying to make it understand how annoyed he was at its existence. The only positive thing was that Marjorie couldn't leave without Tibbs knowing. Unless they had someone with Void appear in the room and take him away. Could attendants do that? Didn't they need the platform? He had talked with some of them during the siege, but he couldn't remember the details. If that happened, Tibbs would sense them, and he'd know to act before it was too late. So he waited. Marjorie was probably berating Tirania. One of the others was probably her replacement, and they'd explain how they would be so much more efficient in bringing the townsfolk under their heel. No letting them do however they pleased. They would have no more freedom than the runners, and would be sent in the dungeon if they became unruly. Fire liked wood, consumed it easily. The door would be gone before anyone noticed him bursting through, and they'd be ready for someone with fire as the element, not Tibbs. He looked left and right. Where was everyone? He could sense them going about their business in the other halls. Why weren't they in this one? He paced and waited. There was nothing else to do. He wasn't letting this chance pass. If he had to act as Marjorie left the room, so be it. He'd have the knife in the man's back, and he'd be escaping while the corruption spread. There was enough in it to get through whatever protection the man had. He froze as someone turned into the corridor, papers in hand, and entered the office 5 doors early. Out there Tibbs was tempted to go there and explain how he needed them in this office, that they had to be the ones opening the door, so he breathed. He couldn't let his impatience make him rash. He couldn't let his anger act before things were ready, and he couldn't do something stupid that would have him found out early. And really, there would be another clerk along eventually, and they couldn't all be destined to other offices. Could they? And they weren't. There were only 4 of them. But it was enough that by the time the 5th one turned into the corridor, Tibbs didn't have much energy left to care. With each previous one, his trepidation at finally being able to act stole some of it. When the woman walked by him and passed this door, Tibbs had nearly yelled at her. Tibbs had watched the clerk, bored. Like the others, he would take a door before this one, and he didn't. Then he'd pass this one and by, and the man knocked at the door facing Tibbs. Tibbs nearly didn't act, not quite believing it was finally happening. Then he suffused himself with purity and switched to corruption as the door opened, and he entered with the clerk, stepping aside and taking in the room. Marjorie was standing by a table with only a few stacks of paper, speaking in a tone of giving orders. Tibbs didn't bother with what they said. Tirania was facing him and to the left. The woman with wood next to her, and one with fire on her other side. Guarding her? Tibbs wondered before focusing on Marjorie. As he took the papers from the clerk handed him. He let out a breath and acted as Marjorie raised his gaze back to Tirania. And you, Marjorie said as Tibbs rushed through the space separating them, knife in hand, managed to... His head snapped in Tibbs's direction, and a weave from the brooch at his breast extended. Too late, Tibbs thought maliciously, aiming for the man's stomach. It wouldn't reach for the man's aiming for a spot on the man's stomach. It wouldn't reach in time. You're not escaping my Tibbs! Stopane's yell nearly brought Tibbs down and caused his aim to falter. The weave intercepted it, and he pushed all the corruption he could into the edge to fight it. He couldn't think of his friend now. He needed to finish this, and the knife was into his. Help! The intensity brought him down to a knee, and he nearly lost hold of the knife as the weave tried to break it apart. Stowe's voice broke in a way even the pain Bardic had inflicted on the dungeon hadn't managed. Marger staggered into Tibbs, and he had to put aside his friend's pain for now. The knife was in the man's stomach. The corruption spreading. The knife was in the man's stomach. The corruption spread through him. All Tibbs had to do was ensure enough of it reached the man's essence, and there would be nothing anyone could do. Please, Tibbs! Stowe's voice stretched as if it was spread all over the distance between them, and Tibbs cursed the timing. There was only one thing that could do this to his friend, and he ran for the door, ignoring Tyrannia's yell for an explanation. The knife was still in Marger, and by the time it would be removed, the corruption would reach the man's essence. He had to hope enough would seep in to get the job done, because he wasn't losing a friend to the satisfaction of ensuring the guild fell apart. And that concludes chapter 104 of Breaking Step. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter is going to be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, as well as the other in the series, they are up for free on Royal Road. If you want to read ahead of Royal Road and support me in the process, that is on my Patreon, where we are about 20 chapters ahead. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. The links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Battle Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 50 allies. We're going up against 27 enemies. And we are off with Mummy Bunny in first place. Shadowseer takes that over. Mummy takes it back. Shadowseer's in first again. Kiki is in third. Mono Bear tries but does not quite succeed in taking third place. Mummy is in second. Nummy is in first. No, in third as Kiki jumps to first. And with that, we are done. Kiki McMonte is in first place, 8 kill, 4 assist. Mr. Shadowseer is in second place with 9 kill. Nummy Bunny is in third, 2 kill, 3 assist. We have gold. Do we have a Dr. Derp? How about a blue or Swede? Ha, not a, nope. Then we have Flying Rogues and Shinobi that no one is currently claiming. So, Big VPT gets the Shinobi. QS creates the gold. Mr. Shadowseer, the Flying Rogues. You are quite late this time. And we move on to a gold chest. On the way to the skin. Alrighty, archers still, but for the last time. So. Assist from buffing. That means saints. And that's appropriate. I need to put saints down. Then it's going to be barbarians. Assist from healing. I might postpone that. I've got time. So, because, scrolls are nice. That will happen over the next few days. Well, actually, that'll happen tomorrow morning because I'll be able to put 2 more this afternoon. Hey, Cadsby, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. Alright, this is done. It is time for Once Broken. You are doing it. I am glad to hear that. I am doing well. Read and corrects are moving along nicely. Breaking, sorry, once broken, 29 and 30. All right, moderate chapters. So, all right, I'll be right back and I will start. Who does my cover art? 2 people were involved in the bulk of the covers. Roy's and can't believe I am forgetting their name. Nomax. So this is one. All right. And this is the other. Nomax is who I started with, and life got in the way. They needed to, they were no longer in a position to do my covers. And Roy's is who I found because their style are close. And Roy's was able to basically give me covers that didn't feel outright like someone else had done them. And that was important because they were in the same series. Unfortunately, I can no longer afford either of them. All right, so I will start. It's very close. Yeah, I wish I could still afford them because I would have them do all my covers. I love the work they did. All right, so I am going to do another recording by confirming the microphone is on, turning off the desktop audio. I am confirming I'm on the correct screen, and this is why I have my list, and that the correct image is up. I am starting the recording, and I will see you on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing chapter 29 of Once Broken. No one showed up for training the day after the funeral. Alex reminded himself not everyone had his level of dedication or was as unaffected by death as him by death. Keeping that in mind as he trained alone was difficult. His anger kept spiking, and he muttered about laziness and the need to prepare. Done, he clipped the knives to his harness, ensuring those needing power had full charge and that the polycarbon ones hadn't chipped. He knew they hadn't. He'd already gone through every knife he'd collected during the battle, but he had nothing else to do. At least until a group of Somalians approached from the town. They weren't the fighters, so he wasn't surprised when they headed for the house instead of him. But it reminded him that that he still had to convince them to leave, and that there was one person who might hold more power than those in charge. He headed for the house too, ignoring Jacoby's curious gaze. He found Ehalas before the healer, speaking softly. When she was done, she moved to the keeper and spoke again. Alex let her go through her rituals. The others cleaned the floor, refilled the lamps, and prayed to the aspects. Aspects. Why do I keep wanting to call them the forces? Probably mixing up stories. She finished with the order keeper on the left of the door, then turned and smiled at him. Alexander, be welcome in our house, and let me add my thanks to those you have received for defending us. Alex shrugged. The town's fighters did most of it. Her ears flicked, a mix of agreement and negation. When she didn't explain herself, he continued. I need your help convincing everyone to leave. She canted her head. Why do you want them to leave? Because whatever happens next here is going to be a lot bigger. Why will anything happen? We won. We won a fight, but this time some of them escaped. Some of them escaped. They're going to have numbers, the kinds of weapons we use. They're going to have numbers. That one makes sense. The kinds of weapons we use. The kind of weapons better weapons than the kind we use. Our ears flicked an affirmative. Now they will know we can beat them, so they will not return. Why would you think that? We won. We won plenty of time before, and more came. Why would it be different now? He was missing something about Somalian psychology. Or maybe this was something about their fate. Before, they all died. No one could report our victory. Now they know. They will look for a weaker town to attack. You clearly don't know corporations. Our response was to cant our head. What if you're wrong? Humans don't think like you do. What if they attack again? She placed a hand on his shoulder. You are here. Tristan is here. Your friend is here. I have faith. Faith isn't going to keep this town safe once we're gone, he wanted to say, but the way she looked at him, the belief in her eyes that this source of them would look after them was disconcerting. She decided that all this was preordained or something, and there was nothing he could do to change her mind. Nothing he could say to change her mind. How could she be this blind? There was a limit to what Faith could do, he told the voice, calling him a hypocrite to shut up. This wasn't about him, it was about them. Fine. Then can you at least convince them to continue training? If nothing else, they'll be ready for the next attack. And he might be able to beat some sense into them. Alexander, you fought hard. Now is the time to rest. You won. Be at peace. He wrenched himself away from her with a too loud curse. When you know another attack's coming isn't the time to rest, is when you prepare. You need to evacuate the town. You need to get everyone away from here or they're going to die. She looked at him, head canted. She didn't understand what he said. She understood the language, but their psychology was too different on this. She simply didn't grasp the danger they were in. He forced himself to breathe. Cutting her wouldn't help. Cutting all of them wouldn't do any good other than make him feel better. What he needed to do was understand them. Figure out how they thought and find a way to reconcile the difference. Before the humans attacked the town, were there other attacks? He knew the answer, but he wanted her to explain it again, to maybe reach the conclusion herself. Arias flicked an affirmative. In bad years, other towns will try to take our food. If it is bad for us, we will send our warriors to get food from them. How do you decide which town to target? The warriors make that decision, not I. I know, but you know what they're looking for, right? An affirmative flick of the ear. They choose a town which had a good harvest, many birth from the herd, a town that doesn't have many warriors. How do you know any of that? You haven't had a way to talk to those towns in years, and even if you did, why would they tell you anything about how prosperous they were? She canted her head as she processed what he asked. People travel. We send some to visit towns, some come here. They see how we are, then go home. They tell their elders. You send spies to other town and they report to you. They do the same. Why do you let strangers in? You have to know they'll tell their elders how you're doing. They could decide to attack you. Her head remained canted. How could we refuse travelers? The source welcomes all. Maybe it shouldn't, he grumbled. Okay, so you do intelligence gathering and you pick a town that is both prosperous enough and weak enough, right? What if the only town with enough for you is better defended? Airhead said no before she opened her mouth. There is nothing to gain by attacking if we cannot win. It is better to attack any weaker town, take less from each, and return home alive. He had to disconnect. All he had to do now was make her understand. So Somalian will only attack if they know they can win. If they misjudge, they regroup and pick a different target. Her head was still canted. He really should have been talking about this with people who knew fighting. If a town is stronger, If a town is stronger, we pick another one. Yes. Good enough. Okay. That's the way that's the Somalian way. Humans don't do things that way. Is that something you can understand? Humans are different. Yes. If humans find an enemy that's stronger, they're going to attack again and again. Why? So they can win. But they already lost. If they are defeated, why try again? It only leads to their death. They're going to send more people. The city is large, but they send all their warriors to die. It will be too weak to defend itself. And here was another disconnect. She thought there was a limit to how many mercs the corporation could send at one time. How is he supposed to convey the concept of infinite father to someone who didn't know about the vastness of the universe? What if the warriors you send to attack come from another town, many other towns? Why would they fight for us? You pay them. They get to keep some of the things they bring back. But if they attack for their town, they will have more. Why do they give us some? Because he couldn't think of a way to get her to understand. How could he convey concepts of more population than there were jobs? So some took whatever was available, even merc works. Or that some weren't suited for anything but fighting and killing. He'd known there were mercs out there in his corporate times, and if he was honest with himself back then, he hadn't understood why anyone would do that. Not when there was comfortable work available. Humans are different, he said in defeat. There will always be more of them willing to fight for some of the spoils. The corporation can and will send ever more of them until they finally win. She gazed at him, and Alex finally thought he'd gotten through to her. You will stop them. It is why you are here. I have faith. Alex groaned. You know that isn't why I'm here. What if the next attack happens after I've left? He hoped Tristan would be done soon, because the way the attacks had been progressing, 2 or 3 other attacks at the most, and there would be nothing left of this town, of this whole area. There had to be a point where the corporation would be fed up with this fighting and resort to dropping that rock from space. She didn't look perturbed by the idea of Alex would leave. The source will see to us. I have faith. Faith isn't going to protect you from orbital strike, he snapped. I do not know. That is her. I do not know what that is. Never mind, took a breath. My point is that if all you have for protection is a belief that you'll be safe, you're already dead. She looked past him. You do not believe the source can keep us safe? She sounded amused. Of course not. It's a thing. It's a half sphere with a light source underneath. It isn't some force that protects the people if it thinks they are worthy of it. She studied him, and Alex fought the urge to squirm under the gaze. Why did you come? She finally asked. You know why. Her head's flicking affirmative. You came because you believe a promise made over the Defender bound your lover. That this bond is forcing it, that is, no, bound, bond, that is bound, B-O-U. That is bound, no, wait, no. That is bond, yeah, no, that this bond is forcing him to act contrary to who he is. You are here hoping that by completing a task for the Defender, your lover will receive a boon and be free of the bond. Alex didn't bother correcting her on Tristan being his lover. Yeah, so? She smiled, full of teeth, like Somalians always did, but hers managed to convey sadness. How do you believe one, but not the other? If the Defender can help your lover, why can't the source protect us? It isn't the same, he growled. You think I want to be here watching him struggle with the fucking wall? You think that if there was a psychologist I could take him to, I wouldn't? So you believe that? I don't believe, he yelled in exasperation. Don't you get that? I'm not the one who believes. Tristan is. He's the one who's been affected by the promise. So somewhere, somehow, he believes in this stuff. I I just don't have any other choice. She placed a hand on his shoulder, and he was too tired to get out of it. Then I will believe for you, Alexander. I will believe that he will succeed in his task, that he will receive his boon, and that you will get your lover back. Alex chuckled warily. Riley, you don't get that either. This is about me getting a lover. She canted her head. I have seen how he looks at you. You mean the anger, the hate? No, not that. She was back to studying him. Then I don't know what you saw, and it doesn't matter. All I want is for him to be better, for him to be in control and do what needs to be done, for all this to finally be over. Alexander, you do not need to fear what is coming. The source will look after you as it does us all. Haven't we already had this conversation? I'm not Somalian. The source isn't the source of Somalian. It is the source of all, and that includes humans. You. So what? You think that thing controls everything? That it's behind the corporations attacking this town? It's trying to kill you? Is it trying to kill you? A negative flick of the ear. The source doesn't control. Not in the way you mean. It is the start of all things. It set the paths things will follow through the forest, but it is not one path. It diverges many times. It splits, it rejoins, it goes in other directions. All the paths have been laid, but we get to decide which one we follow. We are not its slave, not like the corporation wants us to be for them. The source sets the path we can follow. And you think that along those paths is your protection? Alex shook his head. How can you believe that if you don't believe it wants anything? I know it, because protection came when we needed it. How was that? Alex frowned at her. Oh, you're kidding, right? You can't believe that thing brought us here. I only came here so Tristan can get better. You are here because you believe the story you read. A story you only searched for because you had the defender in your possession, which your lover found in a market on a planet far from here and gave you as a show of affection. It was an act, Alex stated. Possibly. But the defender stayed at your side, even after you determined he had lied. You kept the reminder of the act. Alex raised a hand to stop her. I didn't keep the statue with me. It was on a shelf, pretty much forgotten there. Waiting there for you to need him. Alex sighed. You're twisting what happened so it fits your belief system. She smiled. And you are twisting it so it will fit what you believe. We are both expressing faith, if in different things. Alex ran his teeth. Look, this is getting us sidetracked. I'm not here to talk about faith. I'm here so you'll help me convince the town to evacuate. If not that, at least get them to continue with their training. The attacks aren't over, no matter what anyone here believes. You need to trust me on that. I will convey to them what you told me, she said after searching his face. I will explain it as best as I can. But in return, I ask that you think on what I said. You already have faith, Alexander. You simply need to have faith that the source will lead you along the right path. Alex nodded. Of course he had faith. He had faith in Tristan, that he would get better, that eventually this would be over. Now, he just had to have faith that it would happen before this town got wiped off the planet and the two of them along with them. Along with it. Along with it. And that concludes chapter 29 of Once Broken. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter is going to be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story as well as the other books in the series, they are available at all major e-retailer. If you want to support me a different way and get access to basically everything else I've written, that is on my Patreon. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. The links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 58 allies. We're going up against 28 enemies. Bunny 30 is in first place. Sigma's in second. Kiki McMonte is in third. Kiki jumps to second place. Sigma is in third. And this is going to be quick. We're done. We've won. Bunny Terry is in first place. 1 kill, 25 assists. Kiki McMonte is in second place, 5 kills, 13 assists, and Sigma OS is in third with 10 kills. We have gold twice. Do we have a Dr. Derp? And Bluer Swede is not there. We have Lego heads, we have flying rogues, we have no one claiming any of those. So, Silver the Diamond Witch, Big VPT, get gold. Fox Mulder, Bone Ska, get flying rogue, and Nulichi gets Lego heads. And we get to move on to an insane battle before the skin chest. And I am putting down Saints. Hopefully there's something. Well, I'll put them down anyway. Toy Saints. And of course, I get to put down a Saint. There's nothing range in there. Hopefully I'll get a handful of assists anyway. And in half an hour, we will see how this turns out. And I will start on another chapter by confirming my microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I am confirming I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording and I will see you on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 30 of Once Broken. Jacoby lost track of time. He threw himself into upgrading the larger hover with anything from the others. From those he'd collecting that were more recent, which meant just about every component, and did his best to ignore anyone who came bothering him. The only regulars at the gun range were his fan club, as Alex called them, so he no longer bothered with it. The blonde female with the gray swirl looked him over each time she came to switch power pack. He felt the heat of her gaze on his back, but she kept her distance. "You're going to have to give her an answer at some point," Alex commented after she left. "Didn't punching her do the job? She's respecting that. You demonstrated you were strong, so she..." Yeah. I don't want to hear any more. I don't get off on the idea of fur, you know. Alex nodded. "I know. Some get off on the feeling of smooth skin." She certainly seemed to. Jacoby put the capacitor array on the table and glared at Alex. "Why are you bothering me? Shouldn't you be getting off training your furry warriors?" Alex indicated the empty training field. "Which one?" "Which ones?" "They left already?" "I haven't been able to convince any but the most fight happy to keep training, and even those only come when there isn't something more important for them to do." "This is what you get working with civilians." Alex chuckled. "I'd expect you to say something like that in an angrier tone." Jacoby shrugged. "Unlike you, I don't care if this place gets wiped off the face of the planet, so long as we're not here when it happens. I expect you'll come to your senses if the fighting gets too intense. Pack up tech, and we'll leave before we can be pulled into the end of their world." "Tristan," Alex corrected. "He's the job. They're the distraction. You keep playing with them, but My only concern is that the three of us leave this place intact. He looked at the sky. I hope whoever Legion Tech has managing the acquisition of this place it won't get fed up and drop a rock on it. Alex followed his gaze. I don't think they can do it. Jacoby raised an eyebrow. I've been looking into it and ignoring the fact they seem intent on taking the place more or less in one piece, if not the people. Somalia has a satellite net to destroy any errant asteroid. This place doesn't have as many as some, but SpaceGov still requires the net to be in place, and they have monitoring programs embedded in them to keep track of how many asteroids they destroy. You know, SpaceGov and their statistics. So they can just have one go faulty. Those things fail. They do, but I think the amount of work needed to cover up the fact it was an international hit is still more than one person managing this area wants to deal with. So it's easier for them to send an ever larger group of mercs than deal with the gymnastic involved in explaining a fault? Alex shrugged. It's my guess. Otherwise, I think this place would already be a crater. SpaceGov protecting minority by making sure bureaucrats don't want to do the contortions needed to explain subjugating them. How do they explain the cities then? Forcing the locals there to live as humans do, clothing and all, getting them to work for humans. I thought them walking around naked was something you didn't like. It's still who they are. I might find it offensive, but this is their place. You don't see me going around telling them to put pants on. I just avoid them. Getting them to wear clothing isn't something that shows up on as subjugation on a report. A city can be explained as increasing the quality of life. Remember, they're making sure no one can contact SpaceGov about the details of what's going on. You could. I'm not here to save their world. Not that I think anything involving SpaceGov would save anyone. I'm here for Tristan, just like you. The rest is about ensuring there's a town standing for him to finish his wall. How is that coming along? Jacoby glanced at the work. From what he could see, it looked fairly advanced. Who knows? Until it's done and he's cured, I'm not going to guess. He could snap as he's putting down the last stone and tear it all down again. Jacoby studied Alex, then looked at Tristan, his face a hard mask. He imagined this had to be impossibly hard for Alex. A mix of being married to the jobs, like his friends like to tease him, and having seen too many of them shatter after losing someone they loved, and sure Jacoby never became attached. You know the people here are dead, right? Jacoby needed to know that Alex wasn't going to do something idiotic, like convince Tech to stick around and protect the people here. All the training you're giving them means nothing in the end. Even if all Legion Tech does is send more mercs, eventually they'll be overrun. I've seen them fight. They don't have the right mindset to take on any coordinated assault. Alex was silent, still looking at Tech. When he looked away, it wasn't to look at the town, as Jacoby feared, but over the trees. We'd better hope Tristan finished this damn wall. The pain Alex felt came through now, because it's been more than 3 weeks since the last attack. You know what that means. Jacoby nodded. Legion Tech was taking its time putting together a proper assault force. Even with him and Alex helping, this next battle would be the final one. He walked off while Jacoby thought, heading to the temple instead of the town. Another attempt to connect with Tristan in his current state, with Tech in his current state. But Alex climbed the curved wall and settled on the roof, long range binocular in hands, playing sentry instead of driving himself crazy with the weight. Jacoby's gaze drifted to the town instead of getting back to his upgrade. How long before a corporation decided this little world, his little world of Terion too, was worth annexing? It wasn't the best world out there, but eventually it would look attractive to one of them. It might even be Legion Tech that came knocking, looking to turn his town into an attraction for wealthy vacationers in search of ever more exotic places to see. What was more exotic than humans choosing to live in isolation, doing hard work instead of looking for ways to get other people to work for them? And that happened. Would his town be lucky enough to have people like him, Tech, and Alex show up out of nowhere to help? Granted, his town wasn't as defenseless as this community, but anyone taking on a corporation was playing a losing game. He swung a rifle over his shoulder and headed towards the town. Homesickness, he told himself, when he wondered why he was doing it. He'd been sticking He'd been sticking to himself for so long that even being among Somalians would remind him of home. Watch where that's going, he told himself. That was the kind of thought that led to seeing himself as one of them and deciding it was worth dying for a chance to save this place. The buildings were still too close to one another for his liking, but they no longer felt oppressing. They echoed how Somalians like being close, touching, snuggling. Jacoby knew himself for the exception he was, even among humans. He wasn't tactile. A slap on the back was enough to show gratitude. Watching the community work made him feel part of it. But Somalians touched, sometimes in places Jacoby felt shouldn't be touched, except by those behind closed doors. But he'd gotten better at seeing those moments come and looking in opposite direction. Different cultures, different taboos. And they didn't hold his aloofness against him. Even as gregarious as they were, they respected his need for distance, better than some people back home, in fact. Those who knew him from the gun range patted his arm in passing, greeting him in the few words of standard they knew. Others spoke Somalian, gave him ear flicks that Alex would understand. A ruckus drew him to a larger building, the tavern, he realized, but a sign that hung over the door, a clawed hand holding a mug overflowing with drink. He walked by. That would be too crowded for his comfort. In the center of the town, children played. They ran around in what looked like a variation on tag, where they pounced on one another instead of simply touching and calling you're it. On benches, older Somalians sat watching them, making baskets and other things he didn't know. When one of the children ran toward Jacoby, an adult called them back. Would anyone here surrender when it was obvious the only other option was death? Would they even be given the option? He didn't understand why Leisure Tech was so adamant about breaking them. It couldn't be about creating an attraction. Maybe there were resources under the ground it could sell to another corporation. Something special, rare, or unique to this planet. Were they even such a thing? His galactic geology classes were too far in the past for him to remember if it was possible for a planet to have an element no one else had. Not that corporations had to think in ways he understood. Sometimes he felt those were more aliens than any non-human he'd encountered. Barked laughter drew him to another alley where a group was repairing a house, taking down old wooden planks and nailing new ones in their place. For a moment, he wondered why use wood, but the answer was simple. They didn't have access to permacrete or polycarbon sheets. Leisure Techs wouldn't let them. They touched while they worked. Hips bumped as they talked and laughed, hands rubbing back, leaning against one another as they held the plank in place to be nailed. Jacoby didn't have a problem with that, so long as it wasn't forced on him. He wasn't intolerant, like Alex implied every so often. He respected these people. Maybe, in time, he could even grow to like them. But they'd never be his people. They weren't the people who saved his life. He shook his head to clear it. Thinking about what the residents of Terion 2 had done for him would lead down the black hole that had been his life before them, and that made him morose. Walking again, he came across a group of children seated before an adult. He found himself looking for Alex among them, for remembering him on top of the temple. The children were attentive to the teacher as he explained something, gesturing for emphasis. This was different from how his education had gone. Sitting in front of a terminal, no mingling among other children for someone of his stature, his mother explained when he asked why. They were rebel. Well, Jacoby was of nobler blood. He'd realized that was crap, but by then his planet-bound education was over with. It still happened that way on Terion too, but there it was because of the distance. Hovers were fast, but who wanted to have to fly their kids to a central place so they could learn when everything was when everything was available on the net? With programs to tailor the education with program that feels weird. That feels off. It still happened that way, Ontario and two, but there it was because of the distance. Others were fast, but who wanted to have to fly their kids to a central place so they could learn when everything was available on the net? With programs to tell yeah I think okay. With programs to tailor the education to each kid's interest and aptitude. When he was back home, maybe he should try to convince the others to create a class like this where the kids could socialize outside of getting in trouble together. If he got back home, the thought came unbidden. With Tech's inability to finish his wall and Alex's worrying fraternization with the locals, he had days where he thought he'd die of old age here, regardless of how many Regeoff trees he got. A few times he considered drugging both of them and just flying off, but then he'd have to deal with Alex, who had demonstrated a tendency toward being irrational when it came to his perceived well-being of Tech. Fuck, he wanted to go home. He turned and headed away from the class, from the people. He had enough of being among them. A buzz came from his pocket. He took the comm unit out, wondering how. The only people who had his frequency were Ontario 2, and these things didn't connect to the net. Who is this? He asked. You must run. The reply came, a Somalian speaker. Who are you? I am Melatan. I don't know anyone by that name. He remembered Joff and his daughter, but while he couldn't recall her name, it hadn't been it. We have met at the house. I heard you to attack the corporation's depot. He stopped. You're the priestess. How did you get access to this frequency? He patted himself. Where was the other comm? He had more in his pack, but he always kept two on him so he could hand it over. He can hand over one over in emergency. Jeff Delbiro's child brought it to me. Right. He'd given it to her so he could deal with her tail. Why? That is not important. You are in danger. I'm going to decide what's important. Why did she give it to you? A sound between a sigh and a whine. Whatever it was, the annoyance in it was clear. I lead the people she works with. When you left, she brought it to me because I might need to hire you again. Well, I'm not talking in. This is not that. Somalian curses. Words were irrelevant when the tone said it all. You are in danger. The corporation knows where you are. How? I do not know. But they know where you were involved in destroying the depot. You and the others. They know you are in the wilderness among a village near Gerlinin. How do you know that? I have allies within the corporation, humans who think what they do is wrong. They give me information so I can use it. They tell me they are sending people after you. Jacoby cursed, started walking again, hurrying. They needed to leave. How large of a force? I do not know, but large. Okay. When are they leaving? More Somalian cursing. They left days ago. You must run. Days? How many? I do not know. Jacoby ran. Thanks, he pocketed the comm. An attack's coming, he told the Somalian he encountered. Get the others ready. No one reacted. Those who understood standard would be at the gun range or in the tavern. It didn't matter. His goal was to reach the hover, close it up, pray it would start in its current state, and fly away with Alex and Tech. The sound stopped him. It drew his gaze up against his will. That wasn't the sound of an approaching hover. The dot was almost directly over the town and getting larger. He sighed in relief. That was too perfect of a shape to be a rock, which meant it was a dropship. And that concludes chapter 30 of Once Broken. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter is going to be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story as well as the other in the series, the books are available from all major e-retailer. If you are looking for a different way to support me, that is on my Patreon, where you can also get access to basically everything I've written. And if you are looking to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. And I'll be right back. Okay, so that is done. Right, to do this. That done. It's time to move on. So this will not be needed. I'm a little miffed that this thing no longer centers itself like I had it set up. Well, actually, maybe you guys see everything. Huh. Oh, yeah, you guys see the important stuff. It looks so off-center to me that I don't quite register how it looks in relation to the stream. Ah, right. Okay, I did not compile that. That's the step I'm at. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 53 allies. We're going up against 54 enemies. And Sigma starts in the lead. Red October, Molish is in second. Nivadine is in third. Red October takes over third, takes over second. Sigma's in first. Nulichi is in second. Red October in third. I'm gone. Oh, wait, no, I've come back. I'm on the board. I have, wow, 7 assists. Okay. I thought this. I thought the Saint wasn't really useful on unless. But it's done. I've got that. I'm good. Sigma OS is in first place, 27 kill. Sorry, 27 assist. Nulichi is in second place, 18 kill, 5 assist, and Virtualoo is in third, 1 kill, 19 assist. We have paladins, we've got vampires. We have no one claiming them at this time. So, Sigma OS made a pal. Sergeant K Dog gets vampires. And I get scrolls. My baby Templar might be going up. And we move on to the skin chest before the boss. Wait, Saints again. Right. Yeah, let's start over. Oh, right. I need no, that's right. I made a conscious decision to pause this and finish these. Well, this one, timing me probably. Yeah, right. I made a conscious decision on that. Alrighty, half an hour, or to see how this turns out. Okay. And then I can move on to. What the hell? What is? Oh no, right. That's when I posted them. This is the schedule. Okay. You worried me there for a moment. As far as I can tell, I am done with that. All right, now for the fun part. Fixing all the tables. Did I post you to Patreon? I'm gonna have to check that. I do not recall if I done that. If I did that. That is done. Not double check this. Hey, Bob, welcome to the stream. Thank you for the raid. I hope your day goes well. Okay, all of that is done. And done properly, I think. Hmm. I think. 41. 41 of this is April 21st. Holy cow. I did not expect that to catch up. Neat. I will be right back. Hey, Darth. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? So. Well, I hope things improve then. Just woke up, trying to sleep not long. Battle Station. Everyone. Battle Station. We have 49 allies. We're going up against 45 enemies. Sigma starts us in the lead. Braggy takes over second place. Becca Stinks was there, is back in third. Sigma's in first. Becca's in second. Braggy is in third. Epics get killed. And wow, these guys have quite the range. Let's see. Becca takes over first place. Q-Wiz is in second. No, in third as Disillusionist takes over second place. And we now are on taking care of those two. Getting distracted by turncoats here and there. I thought epics could not be turned. Huh. Well, that's okay. We're done. That's a couple of kill and we're done. We've won. Becca Stinks is in first place. 10 kill, 25 assist, earning themselves top position in both categories. Disillusionist is in second place. 7 kill, 13 assist. And Q Creates is in third with 18 assist. We've got gold. Do we have a Dr. Derp? Because Bluer will not be there. Then we have Musketeers and Fairies, which are not currently claimed by anyone. So, Crispy Prop gets gold. Matt, Musketeers, Rays, Fairies. And we move on to the boss battle. And I am still on Saints. Yeah, Templars over here. Oh, wait a minute. Ah, okay. Well, I guess I'll have a Lancer in the meantime because my Saints are not reset. And if I'd been a little cleverer, I would have put a Barbarian down. But this is me we're talking about. So half an hour to see how this turns out. And it's time for me to go on lunch. So I'll do my best to return in time to run the battle. Otherwise, I will see you all when I get back from lunch. Atoll Station. Everyone, Battle Station. We have 52 allies. We're going up against 31 enemies, and we are off. Sigma is in the lead. Satoru is in second. Raze takes over second place. Red October takes over first. Sigma's in second. Raze is in third. Well, looks like we've killed a bunch of the, whatever these things are. Pup Masters, so. And, looks like they're targeting somebody immune. That's good. That's to our advantage. Red October's in first place. Becca takes over second. Sigma is in third. Oh, finally gave in. Finally got caught. And with that, we are done. We have won. Red October is in first place. 13 kill, 1 assist. Becca Stinks is in second place. 5 kill, 8 assist. And Satoru is in third with 11 assists. We have gold and Lego heads. Do we have a Dr. Derp or a Bluer Swede? Nope. How about a... No, actually nobody claims the Lego heads. So, third string gamer gets gold. Nulichi, you get Lego heads. And we move on to the next map. Where, haha, you're not tricking me. We are going up there to get the skin, the scroll, and the token. We start with an easy battle on the way to the skin chest. And back to the Saints. Actually, stop. How about Templars first? Don't have something to target, but that's okay. We're gonna go here, and in half an hour, we will see how this turns out. Ow, 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 ow. This afternoon it is Pit Stop, Chapter 5. And it is Alex and Alex point of view. So let's start with updating that. Now let's bring up the map so I can get a reminder of the layout. Wait, this is present. Oh, I did it again. Actually, no. No, okay. I'm in present. Except here. But okay, hit it in the wrong place. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 39 allies. We're going up against 36 enemies. Satoru is in the lead. Andy Warhol is in second. Bragi is in third. Rays. Nope, Bragi's still in third. Satoru is in first. Andy's in second. Bragi is in third. As I kill a lot of stuff. Red October killed the Puppet Master. Mono Bear may be in trouble unless he's immune. Well, they... Oh, looks like whatever they were aiming at got killed. And we're down to one enemy, which Mono Bear may kill if they don't get converted first. There we go. We're done. We've won. Satoru is in first place, 4 kill, 15 assist. Mono Bear is in second place, 10 kills. And Becca Stinks is in third, 2 kill, 4 assist. We have Saints, Paladins, and Flag Bearers, which no one is currently claiming. So, Ragnarian has been sainted. Dex Karma gets a pal. And Mono Bear waves the white flag. And we move on to collecting scrolls. And then another easy battle on the way to the skin chest. We should reach the skin chest. And Templar. Again, not doing anything, but that's okay. Come on. There you go. Tomorrow morning, I will put the last one. And in half an hour, we will see how this turns out. Hello, Aaron. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Just finished breakfast. Cool. Fortnite while food settles. Get a bit of writing done. Very cool. I hope that goes well. The writing is going decently. Got a little lost in reading, looking for, there we go, a piece of information. So I could continue um, writing. Okay. Interesting. I lost a bit of the. Well, because, well, thank you. Enjoyed the lurk. It's actually sidewalks. What the hell is this? Okay. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 45 allies. We're going up against 26 enemies. Sigma starts in the lead. Becca Stinks is in second. Nursing Geek is in third. Dex Karma takes over that. Sigma maintains the first. Becca Stinks is in second. Dex Karma is in third. Well, there's a few kills. That's neat. And we're about to be done. There we go. All done. It's over. We've won. Sigma OS is solidly in first place with 31 assists. Dex Karma is in second, 6 kills, 5 assists. And Bragi, Son of Odin, is in third, 6 kill, 3 assists. We have gold. Do we have a Dr. Derp? How about a bluish Swede? No. Alrighty, then we have, archers. Do we have a Nursing Geek? We do. So Nursing Geek gets their archers. And the tank is not claimed by anyone. So, Becca Stinks has gold. Bragi, Son of Odin, you've been tanked. And we move on to another easy battle on the way to the skin chest. Yep, this is gonna be the skin chest. Oh, sorry, will be the last battle this today. Saint. Yep. Alrighty. half an hour to see how this turns out. Da, 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 da. There's the diner. Oh, I need to. Yeah, I'm not. All right. What is the actual distance? Half a click. That'll be. Well, actually, yes, because at this point, no, no, this is a broken block. There's no way Tristan expect that's a one-day job. He knows too well. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 49 allies. We're going up against 21 enemies. And Sigma is in first place. Monobear is in second. No, Cadsby's in second. Memmy Maze is in third. Was in third. Is back in third. And with that, we're done. We have won. Sigma OS is in first place, 6 kills, 6 assists. Cadsby is in second place with 7 assists. Emmy Maze is in third, 1 kill, 5 assists. We have Lancers and Gold. Do we have a Dr. Derp? How about a Bluer? Hey, Bluer's back. And then we have Lancers that no one is currently claiming. So, Silver the Diamond Witch, Monotony 8-bit, have been lanced. And we are moving on to a moderate battle before the skin chest. Hey Darth, welcome back. How are you doing? And Saints. Alright, let's put that here. You know what? Before I do that, Okay, never mind. I thought that one was part of the chain. Oh, it's past 2. Time to visit the shop. Excited about Lego D&D. They revealed the set on the site. Be sold in April. Very cool. Anything not level 30 is getting purchased. I'm above 20k. I got a refresh. The 2 in the first one made up for the lack in the second. And in half an hour, we'll see how this turns out. And now to look into the viewer side, where anything not level 1, my 1 unit left, is getting purchased. And I have, maybe 4 refresh. We'll see. It's probably going to depend on if there's anything to buy. Pretty tight. So there's the third. I have a bit of gold left and nothing to buy. So, yep, there's a fourth. Oh, are they actually selling this as a DM screen, or is that just the for the because of the linking it to Dungeons and Dragons? I mean, I that's not a bad idea. I'm looking at the Lego.com site, and there's a game night um, advert on the page, and they're using the build the Dungeons and Dragon Red Dragon's Tale as a what looks like to be a DM screen in one of the picture. That's pretty neat. I mean, I would not pay that for something like this, but it is pretty neat. They'll release some blind bags for mini minifigures. Interesting. No, what am I talking about? Yeah, no. Yeah, that would, yeah, different story. This one doesn't touch knives. So this is what happens when I have different stories with sort of the same characters at their core, with minor difference. Stay on target. Yeah. Well, the thing is that the Alex in the science fiction version of the Tristan stories is a heavy knife user, and he does have control issues, uh, but he can function with them. In this version, in the contemporary version, Alex has a condition like the moment he knows a knife is there, the song takes control, and the song has him kill anything that's around. So be, he cannot be, he cannot know that there are knives around him. So he would not hide a knife. Like in the science fiction version, yeah, he would hide knives everywhere. Why are you not turned off? But not in this one. So Atoll Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 35 allies. We're going up against 23 enemies. And Sergeant K Dog is in first place. Red October in second. Jenny Mon is in third. And Red October is in third. Jenny Mon is in second. The Sarge is in first. And with that, we're done. We have won. Sergeant K Dog is in first place with 10 assists. Jenny Mon is in second, 4 kill, 1 assist. Red October is in third, 2 kill, 3 assist. We have gold. Do we have a Dr. Derp? But we have a bluer Swede. And then a vampire that no one is currently claiming. So, Amy Mays, you get vampires. And for the last battle of the day, we go to a loyalty skin chest. And let's see, barbarians. Let's go bar. Wait, that's the barbarian. Yes, it is a barbarian. So let's put you here. And in half an hour, we will see how this turns out. You attended a marketing for Storyteller Writer, which was an event your library held. Would I like the link to? Yeah, sure. Yeah. What did you take away from the event? Well, in an hour and a half, you're going back through your notes to absorb. Okay, cool. Cool. I shall look that over. Atoll Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 35 allies. We're going up against 23 enemies. Baragi is in first place. Darth is in second. Genimon is in third. Genimon and Darth have killed epics. We go to the other side and make enemies in the way, or have betrayers while we kill everything else. There we go, that's one. And damn it. Now he's turned against us. But he's not gonna survive. Bragi's in first place, Darth is in second, Genimon is in third, and we are down to our last enemy, who makes more enemies. But that's okay, he's just delaying the inevitable, and that's it, we're done, we've won. Bragi, son of Odin, is in first place, 6 kill, 5 assist. Darth Torlin is in second place, 4 kill, 4 assist. And Genimon is in third, 2 kill, 5 assist. We have gold. Do we have a Dr. Derp? How about a bluer? Really? I'm already diamond with you, bluer? Okay. We have Lego Head, we have Musketeers, we have no one claiming any of those, so Catsby gets the Lego Head, the Dirty Hider gets the Musketeers. And that brings the battling to an end for the day. Tomorrow morning, 7:30 a.m. Eastern Time, placement will start for a moderate battle. We will have gold, we will have token, we will have the boss. So I hope to see you then. And now I have one thing left to do, which I could have done before, but I forgot. Before I bring the day to an end. Really? 3 p.m.? Right, it's a Saturday, there's something in the morning. Alright. With this done, I will bring the stream to an end with a raid to Sable Aradia as guided by James. Thank you very much, everyone, for dropping by and keeping me company. I will be back tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time. I will be working on Breaking Step in the morning, and in the afternoon, I will work on Inner Discord. I hope to see you then. If I do not, I hope you have a good week, a good weekend when it arrives, and I will see you